If you want explosions,
Except no substitutes.
Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Excalibur. How's your guys' days going? Hi Siddharth. Welcome guys. Exams are over. Nice! Best moment. You can take it easy now. Hi Nicholas, hi Christian. Come on, yeah, keep it in English. Hi there, just stopped playing FIFA for the moment, raged like an idiot. Hey Alexander, sorry man, but you actually cannot say the word idiot. Most of the time when people say that, they say it at me. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna copy and paste what you just said. Here for good Dota? I try my best, bud. Have I played Witcher? Yep. Haven't played too much of it though, but yeah, a decent amount. Howie 2000 on Chikiro, guys. It's really in their face, eh? He really focuses on trades. This is Aoi 2000 edit, yeah? See, you can see his name.
Dire's putting the hurt on Radiant's middle tower.
Wow, is Invoker getting zoned out? Had a game yesterday where the Solid Sounder team died once, and then because I was jingling when it happened, he decided to play Swartz in all Arcans. Jingling? Get out my dictionary for this. Maker caused to make a light metallic ringing sound. Oh, jungling. What a fucking raging idiot, eh? That's a really hard pull.
none for you.
Yeah, I read jingling and like jingling like jingle bells jingling. Hi, Christian.
First blood!
You know, it's actually amazing how Nicholas, you and I, adults in general, we just want to have a good time, but we have to deal with so many kids, dude. Hello, Madhu. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Is that enough damage? I don't think that's enough to kill him. That should kill Rubik, right? Our team was winning at the time, and then this dipshit just throws the ant. Yeah,
Radiant's top tower ain't looking too
that's being a fucking baby. Did he just purposely kill himself there? Or did he actually just get caught out? I can't even tell. I watched Solo from VP play Elder Titan yesterday, guys. And you know, sometimes I feed and I'm poor, right? I don't have items or I'm low leveled, right? VP Solo? At I think 11 minutes he was level 3, dude.
Dire's top tower's under
And I think at 25 minutes all he had was green boots. I felt way better about some of my bad games. Yeah, fucking level 3 at 6 minutes or at 11 minutes.
Bounty.
Yeah, I think he didn't get his first item until like minute 35 or something like that. I was just like, wow. Okay. You know, he just kept buying wards and like he focused really hard on supporting. Yeah.
dominating.
Wonder why Aoi 2000 picked Jakiro.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm not saying that it's a bad pick or a good pick. I'm just straight up curious on the reason. What I will say though is that Jakiro is a great pick against Chaos Knight actually. When Chaos Knight uses his ultimate, you actually just use Dual Breath and Liquid Fire, and then almost all his damage is gone. It's actually hilarious.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's structures are fortified.
They're going after two different heroes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nice, Lulu.
Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, he wants to get Jakiro. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Looks to be disintegrating.
Oh shit! Oh shit! No, he's got to be dead, man. He's got to be dead. Yeah.
Eat my way.
Hi, did ya? Moon Meander LC. Bam!
Sick! Triple kill!
Oh, and we've got our game. So it's always good watching top 20 players play.
Ban their best hero.
Fuck
Wait,
you,
ain't that kinda
calm.
cheap? Yeah, and effective.
I'll play.
5 seconds left.
Anti-mage. Banned anti-mage. Thanks, Lulu. Are you saying that you want a hero requested it? Yeah. Well, you're still on your second month of sponsorship. You gotta wait for your third, my friend. And I know you made at least 2. Mastermind.
Okay, your pick now. You know
Nah,
what to do.
I put my mouse over your thing, and it says 2 months. Hi, Roshan. Oh, buddy, I owe you Techie's game, huh?
Your pick now.
You want to get your Techie's game now?
What? Huh?
Girls love Beyonce. Roshan, you ready? You ready for your Techie's game, buddy? You want Techie's game?
10 seconds.
You want Techies? Yeah, Techies? Let's do it! Let's do it! Techie! Techies! Hi, Legger. Yeah, come on, just roll, bud. Yeah, roll to be fair. Techies! Want some Techies sound effects? You want Techies sound effects?
We're Techie's Demolitions.
Hey, how you doing?
They call me Squee.
They call me Spleen.
They don't know I'm here. Who said that?
Dude, I love Techies.
This one is in the bag.
But the fuses are in there. What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Your pick. This is where you
Dude,
win.
I need to implement some of these into my
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
to my list of sound effects.
What are you giggling about? Excuse us. Planted. Did we put the right fuse on that one? Planted.
Like a tree.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Remember,
This
the
is gonna
goal
be
to
fun.
have fun.
Total Blizzard had some good Techie stuff. Do I have Techie skin? I don't have any Techie skin, leg. I just got the default. Is there any good ones? This one's only $4? Are you fucking serious? Should buy it right now. Fuck it, I'm buying it right now. Done. Hey. Fuck, equip. Equip. Fucking done, dude. I got the fucking elephant. Yeah, the porn skin. I'm not allowed to use Rick and Morty announcer pack. I was paid $400 not to use it. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Kelly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
If you want on explosions.
Except no substance.
Thanks anyways, Leg. Save you some money, friend. Hi, Boo. Long time no see.
Fortune and glory await.
I want Orb Venom. We're gonna wear him down with poison. Hi, Arga.
Come here.
Ooh. Ooh, the 5 mango strategy.
Catch!
30 seconds to showtime. Watch the door before the battle starts. So get cracking.
I want me some shadows, baby.
Off we go!
Woohoo! The battle begins!
Okay, let's blow something up.
What the fuck? Wow. 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 Wow.
Where were we?
No idea.
Oh my god. I'm so sad.
Excuse us.
That don't do any damage.
Quit arguing.
Dude, he just fucking stood there like an idiot. Who the fuck stands there like an idiot like that? Who? Who? I don't want to kill myself right now. God, this fucking Jero, dude. That's some next level shit. God, fucking stand there like an idiot.
Come on!
Denied!
What? Here.
Have one! Keep fast!
We're going. We're going.
Ease.
Wear him down with Orb of Venom. Oh shit. That Rubik's he can lift me in mid air like that. That's really smart.
Science. That way.
Dude, that Rubik was so prepared, dude. He knows his techie scheme. Unlike me.
Let's go.
That's right. I am.
You are. You are.
Excuse me. Again. Huh?
What?
You sure?
Quit arguing!
What the fuck is going on over there? Oh, he's well, Vince did too.
See?
I tried.
Good plan.
Your middle tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Let it.
Get up!
Well,
My! Did we put the right fuse on that one?
catch!
Well, let's get arcane boots.
Let's go. Yes.
Boom, baby! Not this time. Got him.
Planted.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Killing spree!
I'm your dog too.
I don't know. You fighting good.
Killing spree! Under attack!
Huh?
Where's the creep? Did he fucking pull that shit?
Off we go!
Oh, you fucking shit.
What?
Killing spree!
We're going!
Jeez.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh shit!
Just for you!
Dominate!
Almost died, dude.
Jeez.
Oh fuck, man! I was so close to dying.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Huh?
What?
Please quit, you guys.
In place.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Why would we quit? Why the fuck would we quit? Thanks, Master Athy.
That way.
Why is this guy telling us to quit? Who is mid, anyways? How's Bounty Hunter level 9? How's Bounty Hunter level 9, dude? I just walked all the way from
Dominate.
top to bottom.
Yes!
Just so.
The top tower needs help. Double kill.
Kill or cure, it matters not.
Aw, poor baby.
Come on. Mine.
Boom, baby. Got him. PFP. Damn, that's a lazy way to type it out, Alec.
You again.
What of it?
You again.
Unstoppable.
Oh fuck, that guy's level 11. Oh yeah, level 11. Jesus. Oh, he's gonna rage quit. Yeah.
If your mid tower
Wow.
could talk, it'd be
Oh, no.
pretty mad at you. This is why I like land parties. Hey, it ain't
No,
fun
I
to
knew you were
rail.
lazy, Alec, but not that lazy.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fuck.
I'm no techno wizard.
Should I stay in this game and play by myself,
The
guys?
player just disconnected. Your middle tower's under attack.
Good plan.
Oh god. What a fucking... I can't report him if I leave, right? Ah. Whatever, he only plays it unranked anyways. Roshan, tell you what, we can do another Techies game sometime, okay, man? What a fucking piece of shit. And he tells other people to leave because he can't handle playing the game himself. Like a little cunt. Alright, I tell you what. If I can find a game in 5 minutes, we're gonna play another Techies game, okay, Roshan? If I can't, then I'm gonna queue ranked, okay? But either way, we will play another Techies game. Because that's not fair to you. You're welcome, Roshan. Thank you. School's okay. I moved out of my dad's because he's very toxic. Yes, he was. And now I'm getting a new job. Ooh. Good on you, Alec. Good on you, man. You living with your buddy again? A different buddy? Okay. Hi, Nicholas. Glad you like the hair. Did you know that this is one of the best Techies players in the world, guys? Can you tell that he plays a lot of Techies? Then I'm gonna get me a place next to me mom. 2 jobs? You want Dota lessons? $20 per hour. Actually, I should raise the price. Yeah, I should raise the price. Who would I rather fuck? Queen of Pain or Crystal Maiden? Probably Crystal Maiden. I like blondes. Queen of Pain is kind of weird. Give me some comments, guys. Quap all day, but I'd marry Crystal Maiden. You know, that's actually a very good point. Quap has ass. Yes, she does. But maybe Crystal Maiden also has ass. You just can't see it because it's hidden under a dress. Phantom Assassin or TA? Ah, probably TA. PA doesn't strike me as a hot character.
Death at my hands is
Let's check out the default set. Where's my default set? Are too many sets? Yeah, you can't really tell if she's hot or not. Whereas TA, she's supposed to be hot, right?
My blades and my mind
Oh yeah.
as one.
Wow, my TA set is so fucking not flashy. OP support right now. Have you tried checking Dota buff, man? Damn, the matchmaking takes years. Yes, it does. By the way, $20 US per hour? I think you totally ignored that comment, am I right? It means no. Tiny or Ogre? Well, Ogre does have 2 heads. And he is thick! Although Tiny is hard. I like it hard. And he's got a big, really big shaft. Luna is pretty, you say, Nai? Is she? Hey, Roshan looks like you get another techie scenes right now, buddy.
Whose ban is it?
And I'm gonna ban Zeus.
Yours.
Sure, man.
Seconds left.
Hello, Farah. Hi, Shatta. Can we keep it not controversial today, man? Thanks.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
This is the bounty hunter from last game, who was like 4 levels ahead of everyone else. This is the same fucking Sven.
10 seconds.
Shit.
5 seconds left.
Sandstorm. Can someone tell this guy the artist for Sandstorm, please? All right, I first pick techies.
You know what to do. No pressure, not.
This one's only $2, but it doesn't have the elephant. This one's only $1. Wow, these sets get cheaper and cheaper. Eminem, that's right. Darude, that is also right. What is my rank now? I am rank 1,500. See you later, Ellen. Thank you, Nicholas. Damn, $30 this week or so. Thanks, buddy. Really appreciate it.
GG's, thanks for the stream every day.
Your pick
My
now.
pleasure, friend. My pleasure. It's so nice to see you every day. Just prompting at you whenever I get the
Your
chance.
pick now. Me
Well, you know,
What?
we should fight for freedom for sure, but you know, just keep it easy here. Sounds like from an RPG. Well, I'm not sure Eminem and Darude make RPG music, but it does sound like that, doesn't it? You like it when things get cheap? I also like it cheap. Hi, Vinit. Today seems like a good day.
Okay, your pick now. You know what
It's all
to
right.
do.
We're getting Orb of Venom. And Fairy Fire. Tetchies. Hi, Johnny. How was your run, friend? Hi, Sam. Nice to see you every day, too. Tetchies. I am Groot. Wow, he's 11-3 as Treant. That's pretty good.
We're Techie's Demolitions.
Hey, how you doing? Let's go.
This one's in the bag.
Fortune and glory await. Look, if you pause for people, it's gonna pause for you. It's just science.
Science.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Gotta start wearing track pants soon? Yeah. Yeah, it's getting cold out there, eh? Do you run wearing jeans? What the? Who runs wearing jeans?
What was that?
I didn't see
And where's
you.
Triette? Running wearing jeans? Ugh. I have micro stuttering, man. Like, I'm getting like 140 frames per second, but it just seems like it seems so laggy. What the? Yeah, like, you see this shit? Now I'm getting half my frames per second, and it's even laggier. Fuck, man. It fucks up my computer. Frame time sucks. Yep. DX9 is better? You think it's the DX9 issue?
Okay.
Winter is coming. Yes, yes it is. Maybe try DX9. I think you have to restart, right?
30 seconds to battle.
You know, I'm gonna restart this. Okay, let's do this.
We thank you.
It feels about the same. Not gonna lie.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for.
Measurements made.
Bombs built.
Owner's time.
Okay, let's blow something up.
I'm not gonna hit him again because it's gonna review my ward.
Let's go.
Try to lower the resolution, guys. I don't care that much. Actually, it feels really smooth now. Yeah, it feels way smoother.
You sure? First blood.
Dude, my suicide does 225. Boom, baby! Got him.
You died for science.
Died for science. I got him.
Let's go. That way.
Woohoo!
Uh-oh.
I fall in service to the realm.
Yes!
Yes.
You wanna fucking run at me, bro? Bad boy! Got it.
Wait, I'm trying to think. Think fast!
You bad boy!
We're going!
Please. In place.
You bad boy! How does Trant do against techies? I mean, he has phasing through trees, so I guess he's not too scared of like mines and trees.
Off we go!
Come on.
Oh. Oh, he wants to come at me. Boom, baby! Oh, I got him again! Does the sound effects work? We need.
Well, that was interesting.
Ooh, I see the tree. Sounds like the sound effects work to me. Oh my god, that slow ass tree actually punched. Actually punched mine.
What's next?
Let's wait out.
Oh, I got the PA too!
Can't believe that worked.
Got a girlfriend? No. Most suicidal hero. Sounds about right. Why does the tower look like this? It's just a mod, man. Cosmetic mod that you get in Battle Pass or some shit. Oh! My mine did not blow up, unfortunately. Five-minute runes.
We're going!
Oh shit.
Off we go.
Planted.
Mine.
Woohoo!
Bountiful.
Set. Excuse me?
Oh, dude, my mines are even cute. Look at that cute mine. It's an elephant-shaped mine.
Science. This is gonna be fun.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh what? What can I say? What can I say? Too good. Oh man, they come at me, but they couldn't do it. Couldn't fucking do it. Not good enough. Techie's too gangsta. They must be pissed. You're a good player, Blue. I used to watch your stream every day, and it's been almost 5 months since subs to the same. I actually took a break from streaming for a while, like a whole month, and then I streamed inconsistently for a while. So you can't really build an audience if you don't stream consistently. That is why. How do you get the techies to hump the elephant? I saw a video on Reddit where techies was humping the elephant. Press I. That's not it. That doesn't answer my question. Suckers. Dude, their lane 1 and 3 chant, 1 and 2 PA. Oh yeah. Where is everyone? Numbers go up and down, you know? And we only started like 40 minutes ago. Which I guess is not that short. Yeah. Move, then hold back and forth. That might be it. We'll try it when the game gets unpaused. I want to see some elephant humping action. Hi, Silvio. How you doing? Oh, come on, Carl. I didn't make you wait this long. Can I play Invoker? Of course I can. You're gonna go out in 1 hour? What you gonna do outside? Hi, Afik. Holy shit, I'm gonna pause it. Does anyone even care? Wait a minute. How do you do the humping action?
Off we go! Heads up, we're back!
Yo, he's back already, bud.
Okay, where were we?
Alright, maybe you just change the angle a little bit.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Your middle tower is
Uh-oh.
under attack!
This guy's in
You and a couple
trouble.
of friends could probably stop that.
You should be scared of turkeys.
Come on!
Be very, very scared of techies. Techies, fuck you, shut up.
And set. You sure?
When are you
Bam.
Your mid tower could talk.
Oh, fuck, that guy was so ready for that. Holy shit! Oh my! Oh, I missed the tree, dude. Oh man. Fuck. Heveroon, I heard that you can stack mines on top of each other. Yeah, there's a way to do it. But to be honest with you, I just don't care.
Let's go.
Hey, Nobel, you're very welcome, dude.
Radiant called in the fortification.
You sure you want to do this, man? Oh, fuck! Oh, he got me good! Oh, man. First run, he ran right, then he ran left!
The top tower needs some help.
Fuck, that's such a good juke. Trian's supposed to be slow, right? Why does it feel like he's so fast?
Huh? Your top tower is under attack.
10 minute runs? Oh, that guy's looking dead. Oh, shit. Oh, you motherfucker.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Yeah, nice try, bud. I wasn't even gonna run up that hill at all. Mm-mm. Oh, the Orb of Venom got the last hit. Oh, fuck off. Where's my bounty hunter?
Your middle tower's under attack. What? Dire's structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down
Fuck
your
you!
middle tower.
Fuck you, tree! Fucking annoying tree players.
Double kill.
You think you're so good, don't you?
The top tower is under
See you later. Get him! Get no. Fuck.
Your top
They're making money
tower
off
is
my
under
mines.
attack. Top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there.
Is Sven just giving up?
Top tower is under attack. Top tower is under attack. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing doing till that's
Oh shit.
the top tower has been denied.
Boom, baby! Somebody die! Fuck. Somebody on the enemy team died. God! Harl died. The three of us. Did I play Dota 1? Yep. When I was a young warthog. Wait, what? Why did my mind just disappear?
Better poof on over to you on a tower.
I was just about to make it explode.
Yeah, that's our job. What? Your bottom tower is under attack.
This guy's going Battle Fury.
Yes.
We're going.
Jeez.
Let's go.
Unstoppable!
Hope this works.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get some mines up in here.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Holy shit, what's going on over there? Shit.
Yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty manageable. Your middle tower is under attack.
Good plan.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Is that for me?
It's for all of us. Can't it?
Get him! I'm just getting over there for some
Bottom tower's kinda bad.
Oh, he's so fast.
Good plan. Line in place.
See?
Oh man, I don't know. This lane is just kinda. Thanks for liking the video.
Landed.
Nice.
You sure?
Leonard.
Set.
I wonder if PA will be stupid enough to actually push that.
Off we go.
I got him!
Come on.
Sucker. What a fucking sucker.
Landed.
Good little line. You swarm. This works.
Woohoo! What a good little line.
Alright, I just need to remember to actually make those bombs explode. I wonder if P will fall for the same trick again.
Planted.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Killing spree. To try to kill me, but they couldn't do it. Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Dire's putting up a barricade.
So, what'd you do
Your
here?
bottom tower is under attack.
That was dead.
Thanks to Mary.
Get up, get up, get out there. Your bottom tower just took a dungeon. What?
Yes!
It's not time yet.
Wow, he hit that fucking mine so fast. Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh dude, he knocked me midair. Wah wah. Alright, Varun, explain this. Explain the mechanics of executing the mine stacking to me. Don't you just click on the portrait of the mine and then you click on the mine ability or something like that?
Double kill.
Somebody explained it to me before, I just didn't give a shit. I don't think it matters that much.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Nice. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Get him! Come on. Seriously? There you go. How many rampages do I have? I don't even know, man.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Killing spree.
Off we go.
Dominate. Double kill.
Yes.
Well, time to take this tower.
Landed.
You better pump on over to your bottom tower.
Right here.
Let's scare him, you know?
We're going.
Jeez. Landed.
Your top tower needs some help.
Planted.
Nice.
See you later!
Your top tower needs some help.
Can't you explain it?
Tower is under attack.
Oh shit, what a fucking combo. Oh shit! Oh shit!
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be mad at you. Dire structures are fortified.
Sorry.
Landed. Off we go.
Man.
If your mid tower could talk,
Oh man.
be mad at you.
Highlight the mine that is on the ground already and target that when you cast the next one.
Middle barracks are under attack.
And this works only for remote mines, right? I mean, obviously you shouldn't be able to put proximity mines next to each other. Am I right?
Your middle barracks is falling. Finally.
Okay, like I had a bunch of mines like here earlier. pretty much on top of each other anyways. Like, why does it matter if they're on top of each other rather than, you know, this far apart? You know, why does it matter? You know what I mean?
This is one of the
Like, I can put mine like this. I can just do it manually.
Your top tower has fallen.
Look, look, look. I'm not even using that technique or whatever. I just put it manually.
Your top shrine.
Like, why does it even fucking matter? Like, why is it 10 times more fun if I just highlight the mine that is on the ground
Your
already
top shrine is under attack.
and target that when you cast on the next one? How do you highlight?
Your top shrine has fallen.
So I'm highlighting it now, but I can't press my hotkeys unless I go back to my tech keys, right? Like, why does it matter? Like, look, this is good enough, isn't it?
Off we go.
Oh, you can highlight both? Okay. Alright, let's try it.
Let's
I mean, okay, look. I mean, I have everything highlighted.
Under attack.
Like, the little icons here, those are the remote ones.
Double kill.
Target the portrait? Okay. I see. I mean, yeah, I mean, people think that there's less mines, but I mean, it's not like if you see a remote mine, okay, let's run on top of it, right? But let's run on top of that mine. There's only one there, let's run on top of it. Like, why?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
So I don't get why that guy's going on about it's 10 times more fun. Like, what? And why do I have Iron Branch? Because it's cheap stats?
We're going.
Are we lighting the CM end? Daily shit work? Sorry about your work, man.
This is gonna be fun.
Alright, I can highlight this, and then I'm gonna target the portrait. Okay. I'm gonna target this portrait right here.
We're not ready.
Okay. I mean, it looks like there's less, for sure, but I just don't find that I care. Who cares?
Careful.
Who cares? Oh, I see a ward over here. I think they're doing Roshan. What's this guy doing? Should we go try to... I think Tree Ant's like stalking somebody somewhere. This guy's just AFK.
Fallen to the radiant.
So I AFK too? You know what, it makes sense to let the proximity mine explode first. To take away the magic resistance.
Your top tower needs
How goes the
digging and
chemical engineering, Turkey?
Let's go.
Your top tower is under attack. You'll be
Yeah, so you let the
fine.
proximity mine explode first, takes away the magic resistance, and then you go like this.
Your top barracks are under attack.
I got paid $5, snail poop.
Your top barracks never did nothing to deserve this. Top barracks has fallen. Honestly, the opposite would have been top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, gem.
Radiant fortified constructions. Pretty good move, Cash me.
You sure?
Is it obvious, like obvious bait, huh? Like so obvious, right, guys?
Yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. What, like your job or something?
Did he just use refresh and try to use again, but he did it too slowly? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Tower's under attack. Unstoppable! Double kill.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, no, oh! That was 10 times more fun.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
My cute little mind.
Tower's under attack. Your bottom tower has
Alright, next team gonna be ranked game, guys.
don't even know where to stop.
How dare you hit my
I'll
mind?
do something if you know when
Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, you can't get me.
Your middle tower's under attack. Your bottom barracks is falling.
Ah, shit.
Mega creeps. Don't give up now. Come back from this and you are a legend. Your middle tower has fallen.
That's an interesting. I wish Techie's taunt would make a sound effect. That would be great.
Courier is dead. Wonder what.
How do I type so fast? With practice. Nah.
Tower now, by the way.
Oh shit. Oh no, Carl fucked me.
The ranger is under attack. He ain't lying.
Oh, do me a favor, hit that like button for this loss. God damn. Mom spaghetti. Well, there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. These two are cute together. Okay, now we play ranked games, guys. Yeah, did you enjoy your Techie's game, Roshan? We had a couple pretty good kills. A couple. But unfortunately the game, yeah, teammates gave up a little too early. You play really good, GG, command him in chat, guys. You play really good, GG, command him in chat, guys. I think you have some grammar problems. GG, snail poop. Report PA. Idiot didn't swap back. Reported. Reported for not commending. Study grammar, guys. Study grammar. Okay. I don't know why he cares about commend so much. Is he trying to get at a low priority or something? Okay. Give me my command. Give me my command! You're welcome, Roshan. I don't see command. Motherfuck! Hey, you didn't. I didn't see it. Did he commend me? Did this guy commend me? I don't see that he commended me. Did I just get debated? I got scammed. What raining sound? Glad you like the Techie skin, Gunter. The red below Sven and Monkey King means they're in the party together. Hi, Tricky.
No, God, please, no!
I can't report these guys now.
No! No!
I am never used grammar in chat because I am not writing now in my exam.
smoke weed every day.
Paul, study some English, motherfucker. Honestly, everyone who didn't study English, you should study some fucking English because it's the most powerful language in the world. It will help you in your career, possibly in your relationships. You can hit on more guys than girls. If you're gay, lesbian, straight, people will think you're smart, especially if it's not your native language. Yo, Andrew. Okay, ranked game time. If a player reports another Dota, if a player reports another Dota, if a player reports another player, comma, Dota should make sure that the reported player is not in the next random team. Don't you think? Yes. God damn it, fix your grammar, guys. You know what, guys? You guys know why I'm picky about grammar? Because I read thousands of your comments every day.
Your turn to ban.
And I would rather not spend a whole minute, you know, trying to figure out the grammar, because then that would be 1,000 minutes per day. You know what I mean? What am I? I'm hard support? The best player on this team playing hard support? Seems legit. God damn it. Why, Valve? Not English, everyone's first language. Oh, god damn it, Johnny!
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, who am I?
My OCD.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
We don't get taught how to learn so good.
10
Even if
seconds.
that's not the correct way to judge someone.
5 seconds left.
Alright, I'm gonna pick some. Pick a fucking line. Some shit. Well, I mean, how does a person judge another person's intelligence? And it is true. English grammar is just more a function of the time that you spent studying the language. That is true. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to spend a lot of time studying English. That's true. That's true. But I will say this. When all a person knows is how to play video games and jerk off,
Your pick now. Meepo.
and they have no other useful skills, it doesn't look good. And I'm not saying that you guys are like that. But I'm saying that out of all the people watching right now, 1 or 2 of you might be like that. You know what I mean? Studying seems more intelligent than not studying, right? If you don't know jack shit, then it doesn't seem very smart.
Your pick now.
Whereas, like, as an example, okay? A person who knows how to code really well and knows medicine and speaks 6 languages seems smart. I gotta buy some items, man. I gotta buy this. Hello, Hanif. Hello, Hadi. Hello, Daphne. Everyone here speaks great English. Hello, BJ.
Okay. Your
Long
pick now.
dog.
You know what to do.
Ooh, what do we need? We need a right clicker who can counter TA. Wait, a safe lane is a Slardar. Never mind. Slardar can right click himself. Hi, Vineet. Hi, Fine Cut. Welcome to the stream, guys. Storm Spirit. Oh man, I hope this guy's good as Storm because they have so much lockdown for him. Actual. Punisher. Punisher Arrow. Whole feet. Eventually Sheepstick. There you go, Storm. Have some items. It's okay, Hanif, as long as you watch my stream all the time. And yeah, hit that like button, guys.
All hell's broken loose, and I hold the pieces. It's in the bag! Yes.
Fortune and glory await.
We have a 4 moon, huh?
It's in the bag. Verily.
Axe is gonna fuck my shit up.
Yes.
Many English words come from Indian. Are you serious? Is that a fact, or did he just pull that out of his ass? Can anyone confirm? Anyone who knows? Why did I keep 125 gold? Maybe I want magic stick. Maybe I want boots early. Maybe actually I have no idea what I'm gonna buy.
30 seconds to showtime.
You don't think so, Vineet?
Lots of good digging
That's not
spots
true.
out there. What are we waiting
Alright,
for?
Paul, where the fuck did you get these alternative facts, huh?
Onward. To hell with you. You blew it.
Let the battle begin. Play your cards right.
Where's Arrow? Ah!
Blood!
Once again. Ha! The blade of axe has tasted first.
A whole bunch of people told me it's false, and then some of you guys say it's true.
Hey, welcome back.
I don't know what to believe. Yo, man, I have no choice but to take that arrow. Actually, did I have a choice? Well, I could... Yeah, maybe I didn't have to take that arrow. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Fuck you, Miranda, you fucking bitch! Arrow me? Bitch!
After them.
Yeah, eat my right clicks, bitch. Two match done. Whoopsie.
Why not?
Come on, come on. Oh, God, it's so hard to do this, man.
Power pours into me.
You know, I'm gonna suck this fucking axe. After I pull. Try to pull. Okay, we're gonna... Can we stack and pull at the same time? What if we pull this one and then run over to the right? And then stack...
Forward.
Oh. I mean, pull.
Oh, hell yes. Yes.
Whatever, I'm gonna pull now.
Yes.
Google not down with English derived from Indian. Like, yeah, how does that even work?
I go like the devil.
How does someone even make up some shit like that anyways? How do you make that shit up? You just hear it from like some random person on the internet and then you say, oh, okay, that's true.
Proud.
What about second pull?
Why not? Yes.
This fucking Miranda.
Outrageous. Haste. Yes.
Oh man, I want to sell you, but
Yes.
17, 18.
Verily.
What about third pull?
Oh hell.
You fucking
yes.
bitch, Miranda. You fucking cunt. Nah! I got you mid leap. Oh, I was just about to solve him. Ooh, that would have been a complete waste. Oh, 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 oh. Dude, what are you doing? Oh shit.
Rune spawn bottom. GG, boys.
That is ours.
Oh yes.
Ashes back! Whew. Oh shit! Good thing I spent almost all my money before I did. 5-minute runes. Quick spawn. Oh, Miranda's gonna be late for the rune.
Spawn bottom too. Tinker's bottom.
Okay.
Money changes hands.
He has a bottled delusion.
Oh hell yes.
This'll come in handy.
Haha.
To hell and back.
What the fuck is this Paul guy talking about? And why do you think that I care?
Radiant structures
Do you know
are
what
fortified.
porn video I jerked off to yesterday? Bet you didn't know that.
Yes.
But you don't care and I don't care, right? Who fucking cares?
Why not?
Arrow, arrow, arrow. Oh my god, I died anyways.
Your hopes? They tonight.
Holy shit, this guy's got 30 HP.
I still got
Oh, that's an illusion.
Yeah, he came mid.
I'm gonna have to go give Storm another ward. Yeah, this one's about to expire.
go like the devil.
Five axe versus 4 slaughter. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Well, I mean, he's got regen, so he's good.
Onward. Regeneration. Oh hell yes. Prowling.
Let's stack this. Actually, what? Axe it.
Yes.
Oh man, we're getting our asses kicked.
Yes. To hell and back. Yes. Where's the fight? Why not?
Well, I got my boots now. What do we do in this situation, guys? think I'm gonna pull really quick.
Forward. I'll put the squeeze on you. Such strength is mine. To hell and back.
Dire structures are fortified.
Why not? Oh, hell yes.
Oh my god, he's alive.
I'm under attack.
Wow. Wow. Just wow.
Verily. Yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Okay, okay. I think I pull again. Maybe. I don't know, guys.
Onward. I grow like the devil. Hell's fury burns.
10-minute runes? Get ready for 10-minute runes.
I can come bottom.
Okay.
Yes.
Are they
Slaughter, can you come? They're here, I think. I don't have detection. Oh, we press haze though.
Why not? Haste.
Oh shit!
Can you ult someone else?
Spree! Own it!
Oh, that was so supposed to-
もう死んでいる。何?
Japanese. Ay. Dude, there's no lucky bash. It's every 4 hits.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
To hell and back. Prowling.
Top's winning.
Yes.
Yo, CM, you're taking the mana cost reduction, right? At 15.
That doesn't work for you though. You know, like when you're ulting,
He
you
sounds
don't
Chinese
have
as fuck.
the Novus you, so it doesn't work.
Really?
Sumail has tested it before. Yeah.
Holy shit, I did not know that.
Why not?
That means you're not a CM player, I'm sure.
Stop moving career.
Bro, I thought teams picked it because it was fucking good.
Okay. Blink. Back.
Forward.
Got scared the courier might die.
Someone TP top?
To
I
hell
think he's okay.
and back.
Yo, let me use courier.
Yeah, my bad. I'm coming to get that.
Okay.
Can you
Wait
stay
here.
here?
Yeah. Yo, I'm coming top now. And I got a finger. I'm gonna finger void maybe.
How about you finger yourself, actually?
I finger myself all the time, thanks.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let it go there.
Hell yes.
Fair enough.
Fuck, void's dead already, dude.
You can love it.
Holy fuck, he actually dodged that
What's
shit,
going on
dude.
over there?
The finger will not kill X.
Yes.
Ah, that guy's dead.
Regeneration. Yes.
Fuck.
No, the worst, I think the sentry is here.
Okay.
Forward.
Okay. I'll check it.
Why not?
Are you getting pipe? Or, I think we definitely need a pipe.
The Screeps didn't see me, right?
Your middle tower is under attack! Oh, there better be something important going on.
Oh yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I'm kind of scared
You
being
and a
here.
couple of friends could probably stop that.
I can come.
The fuck?
Yes.
Like, I'm trying to ward, man. And I thought there was ward here, not just sentry. They use moonlight. Moonlight.
Moonlight, back. Back.
To hell
Definitely pop.
and back.
Lordy.
Oh hell yes.
Alright, I'm fucking out of there.
I'm scared.
Yes. I grow like the devil.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward.
On my way.
A soldier's fortune.
I'm on my way.
Yes.
Should I be TPing bottom? Oh. Ah! God damn it.
Dude, you suck.
I know, man. I know. Oh shit! Oh no, Blink Dagger, please! Please! Oh shit!
Yes.
Oh man.
Yes.
I think she's coming.
Oh hell yes.
Can you check bottom rune left?
Onward.
Yes. It's gone. Does this ward see it? I can't tell if it sees it because like it doesn't see the whole thingy.
Why not? Yes. Oh hell yes.
Oh fuck, this ward sees everything, dude. Oh, it sees this ward and this ward.
Are you
This
even
ward, I mean.
watching your top
Fuck,
tower?
these are both gonna get dewarded, dude. I should have put down the sentry first. What was I thinking?
Why not?
I'm frustrated.
Axe is coming.
Looking for me?
Right here, guys?
You move like a nation.
Double kill.
I can't see your breath anymore.
Nice.
Yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Rally the troops and get over there! Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that.
Have you ever seen me and Jay Park in the same room?
I need to turn.
See you later, Yamari.
Yes.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Dominating.
Storm spirits. Oh shit. Oh, I have finger. Nice.
Dude, how do you miss so much?
Do you play Lion?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
So, Earth Spike, if you cast it on the hero, the range is very short. But if you cast it on the ground, the range is much further.
Okay.
It's actually the same
this
length
back.
both times, but it won't trigger on the zero target. You have the target turn.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yes.
Like the stun goes for the same length both times, but you can't target the hero as far away as you can hit him on the ground.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So if you want to stun, if you want a further range stun, you have to put it on the ground.
Oh, hell yes.
But Hex has a shorter range as well. If I run at Void, he will time walk. Nah, these guys think they know what they're talking about, but they don't.
I need mana, I need this.
Putting up a barricade.
That's all you guys.
Double kill.
Yeah, that's not good. 20-minute.
Yeah, he might blink over here.
Did they use the normal weapon?
I'm under attack.
Game.
I'm gonna grab these runes.
To hell and back.
Probably could. Okay, you could. Trust you.
My house.
Over here now.
I can't believe. Don't they know about this word?
Your middle tower is
Oh, that regeneration was short-lived. Oh! Oh shit! Is he gonna live? Wow.
Normal team's there.
I'm gonna see if I can grab this rune. Maybe it's still there. Maybe.
Your top
Ooh,
tower
it
is
is.
under attack.
Why not?
Oh, it's not there.
Yes. 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 To hell.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, hell yes. To hell with you. I go like
Dude, my team.
Oh my.
Don't worry, I'll get
God,
this one.
man.
Your top tower is under attack.
What the? Where'd that haste go?
onward.
How does he get 1,000 gold for that?
Wait, there's a ward over
I don't
there.
even
Tower
understand.
needs some help.
I just saw it just now.
Lionize me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I really want that ward. I don't want to die though.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
No, Tinker, no. I'm good. She's scary, man. What the? Why does this one not spawn? Yeah, Lulu, you remember that guy that you rejected? Like, just completely, you know? He told you that he loved you and you're like, okay. Noted. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Why not?
This is one of the things in the bag. Your bottom tower is under attack. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Yes. Forward.
No way he's gonna use Chrono
Oh,
for that.
hell yes.
Hell yes.
Pac-Man.
Yes.
This guy want like
Killing spree!
Blew the man down.
I don't care about that sentry. 25-minute runes are almost up.
Barely.
I can TP top. If you guys
Okay,
want to
go.
fight, I'll join.
Oh, boy, am I dead here? Oh, I.
Axis there.
I want a blink digger as well.
Are those runes still there? Oh.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Yo, I can. Oh no, he's not going for it.
Okay, this one.
Ooh, Bloodthorn first item. I like this.
Can we get a ward on one of the runes?
Okay.
I've been to hell and back to hell
Thanks.
and back. Why not?
Boy?
Hell's fury.
Killing spree!
Okay, run on.
Run off these down.
I'll give you the sentries.
Okay, thanks, man.
Okay. One.
To hell and back.
This is tough without Arcarian. Yo, Void's gonna be up here. Okay.
With the word. Okay. Void is gonna be up.
Yes, Void will be up very shortly.
I'm gonna wait for him at the shrine.
Dire structures are fortified.
I'm waiting for someone at this time.
Okay.
Holy shit, Axe is fucking alive? That's really sad, dude. Ah.
Huh.
Pudding pop.
If your mid tower could talk,
Did Void use
I'm
BKB?
mad JD had called it the fortification.
Damn.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This time, I've brought hell back with me. To hell and back. I'm not ready. Yes. Yes.
Okay. I get blocked too.
Forward. Verily.
We can try. Let's go.
Onward.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Don't we have a order?
Okay.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Yo, this he has sheep stick. Yo, help!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Where's the body?
What do you mean? Your
I
bottom
could have killed him, but I didn't fucking see him.
Shit.
You can't help him.
A death foretold.
killing spree.
I need a Yules or some shit next.
Why not?
Yeah, maybe.
Feel my
Goodbye, Roshan.
immortality.
Did I not click it a second time? What the fuck?
Yes.
Did I not click that word twice?
Forward. Oh, hell yes.
Fuck, man. I clicked it twice and then I blinked away, right? But I didn't get the word kill. I just don't understand.
That devil to pay.
Yeah, I thought I clicked it twice. I was like, okay, I need to get out of this here really quickly, right? So I'm gonna click it twice and immediately blink away. But then the word just stayed there. So I don't know.
To hell and
The game is not in my favor. Yeah. Sounds a bit right.
yes.
Your top tower needs some help.
I go like the devil.
Game in beta. Yeah.
Onward. Forward. Verily.
Oh, was that? No, that was our word. Right. It would make sense for them to have one here and here.
Yes.
Too close.
Oh, hell yes. Yes. Exterminate! Hell and back.
I did not notice that smoke at all.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
You back, man.
We got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Why not?
Yeah, we might just have to. Okay.
Oh, Tinker's BKB. Dude, we just can't win in team fights, it feels like. And you know, oh dude, this is so bad.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Enjoy your lunch, Johnny. Those fucks in Discord got you hungry? I want to get hungry.
Be pretty mad at you.
Fried tilapia, kimchi, papaya salad.
Your middle tower has
Something in a
fallen.
container. Ooh. Mmm.
Killing spree!
Dude, we lost, man.
Knock down your middle tower. Maybe fortify the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I mean, I can go buy that if you guys catch someone.
I bashed. Don't let him blink. Let him blink.
Why not?
Tough game, Mel. Tough game. How you doing, friend?
Fortress.
They use Chrono Me.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Where's the fight?
I think
You
they
okay,
have
ready?
fight back. Kind of have
The
to.
enemy's middle tower has fallen. I like these troublemakers.
Tinker's gonna be up in like a second.
I don't have any wards or sentries right now. I think we back to.
Forward. Oh, yes. Haste! Yes. I don't like the
Can you smoke? No, I guess not.
Oh, yes.
This game is not looking amazing.
Tinker's here.
I can run towards him. So.
Yeah, BKB. Not.
Yeah, we can only kill him if we lock him down for the whole time.
Why not? Prowling.
I think there might be some.
To hell and back.
We see their whole team is chilling.
Forward. Strike! Yes, double damage!
Top tower needs some help. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
He's leaving. He's leaving.
They Marauder ulted.
Left.
Onward.
Good thing I have so much vision in that area.
I go like
Alright, no Marauder ult for second.
why not?
When is Roshan time again?
Verily.
Tinker bot back. Get out, get out.
Slaughter's gonna have to die.
Dominate!
Yeah. For the Tinker buyback.
That's fine.
Oh, hell yes.
Tinker has no BKB. If he shows bottom, he might just die.
They may have a ward on it.
Onward.
He
I'm
showed-
scared. Like I have to TP out or I have to blink.
Forward.
Oh fuck!
Top shrine is under attack!
Oh my god.
My hands are tied.
I should have just TP'd out, man. I didn't know that they would be here so quickly.
Your top shrine is under attack! Your top shrine is under attack!
Axe is buying Lincolns.
Your top shrine is under attack!
I have BKB.
Your top shrine has fallen. And this is why we hate all these things.
Well, no, we don't know that they have vision. You can't arrive at that conclusion. All we know is that they use what's AA's ability called? But you can't necessarily conclude that they have vision there unless you actually saw the ward there.
Rush. What's bottom in?
Oh, he's got rooted. He got rooted. Holy shit!
Where'd he go?
I don't. Pushing.
Time to take matters into my own hands. Yes. Immortality.
Oh boy. What can I do, dude?
Onward. Yes.
Abaddon has cheese, but I think he's dead.
Back, back.
Yes. Get spike.
Oh my god.
Killing spree!
Guys, you gotta just get back there.
Oh man, this is not good.
They can
We
only take
lost,
one
dude.
rep.
No, please.
Your middle barracks are under attack! You'll be sorry if they fall! Middle barracks are looking shaky!
That's GG, I think.
We don't need to. They can only take one rep.
Yeah, why did we buy back?
Doing it wrong! Your middle barracks is fallen!
Alright, one ally has to.
Its structures are fortified!
Oh boy.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Oh my god, if you guys do
Killing spree!
Nah, man.
Just
Just
gotta
can't do
wait
shit.
for us to get up, guys.
Your middle
We
tower
lost.
is fallen.
Guys.
Damn, dude, these guys are just playing like crazy.
Alright, well, GG.
Nice try, guys.
Nothing to see.
Radiant ain't and nothing but rubble. Dire, take it all the way.
Yeah, Axe played really well, dude.
Defeated.
Wow, man. Oh, we got fucking smashed. Oh well, new game. Oh man, we were winning in the mid game by quite a bit, huh? And then we just threw it. Is Anbot analyze your game? I don't know what you're talking about. What bot? Who's analyzing what? Hey, only spent 2 minutes dead. Damn it. Six deaths and he spent 2 minutes dead? Kosu AI bot, they have a bot that analyzes your game. I don't know anything about this bot. Hi, Owen. Okay, we got a new game. Oh, rank 320, rank 375.
Oh, yours.
Okay.
5 seconds left. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Oh, it adds to your friends and then it checks your game? Oh, well, I still don't know anything about that. Does it give good analysis? Why should I care? Grab a stroke. Whenever Mars rank 300, probably around.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
I'm guessing around 7K. So he's a 7K player and he's a 7K player.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Holy shit!
Your
First pick
This is where
PL.
you win or lose.
Looks like Pink's not impressed with our picks. You know what? You're right, Wayne. Why did I not drink this amazing Monster Energy drink that revitalizes my energy and tastes so damn amazing? So their best player is the Bloodseeker. Okay, how can we counter Bloodseeker with our position 5 pick, guys?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
How does Ogre counter Bloodseeker?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Seconds.
I'll play Shadowrun, I think.
5 seconds left.
Spectre? Oh, fuck. I should have picked Spectre. Favorite TI team, EG. Yeah, are you really of Team Unknown? Is that a good team? I've never even heard of these guys. How do I trust you? Blue is Cuckoo? I'm Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Thanks, Lulu. Play, please. Why is this... Why is, like, Silencer antagonizing our rank 300? Look at that stupid looking helmet. Wow. So stupid. And it's not even big. So small. Mine's way bigger.
I hear and obey. So say the spirits.
It's in the bag.
You know, Esco, I feel like those bots are generally just...
My friends,
I don't know, it's a low level analysis. Am I wrong? Oh, Dom.
The spirit moves me. Yes.
Silencer, what are you going on about, man?
I accept. I hear.
To battle. I love watching him skip around out there.
Did he just kick him? Beastmaster kicks?
As you wish. Accept your guidance.
Fucking tree, God.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Tell me, I speak for the shade. Shade, guide me. You are heard.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Of course.
Holy shit.
Curses. Granted. I fight. The bones are thrown. As the shades direct. As it please you.
Man, I should have eaten that tree earlier. I just not the right play.
Yes. You are heard.
Oh man, yet.
So say the spirits. As it please you. There. Strike. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll go top. Yeah, I heard you.
Granted. I hear and obey.
I fucking heard you, bud.
For the ancestors. I go. Haste.
Hey, I'm hasted, Tinker. I'm hasted. Oh. It's so hard to kill, though. Yeah, just run.
As the shades direct. The spirit moves me.
Okay, bud, I stacked this one, I grabbed this haste rune, and I tried to help you. So kindly shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ. Annoying shit.
I accept your guidance.
Should have let him die. Yeah, I should have.
Shades, guide me. So say the spirit. You are heard.
Rude shit.
I go. Of course.
Okay.
Three, two, one, let's go!
Spam F9? What is this? Southeast Asia?
Okay, where were we?
As the shades direct. Yes.
Do you have a ward over here? No, no, no. It was the guy who
Does it
saw me.
please you? I accept. I hear and obey.
Well, let's go stack for this fucker. Can we double stack in time? I don't think I can make that one.
Shades, guide me. Granted. I hear.
Invisibility.
Yeah, you better get out while my carry farms, alright, bud? I think they probably pulled that.
The spirit moves me.
Yep.
As you wish. Does it please you? As the shades direct.
5 minute runes.
Shades, guide me. Of course. Fortunes change.
Why, thank you.
I go. The spirit moves me. Granted. Yes. I hear and obey. So say the spirits. For the ancestors.
Ah,
I hear.
this Tinker just kind of feels like a cunt.
As you wish. Yes. I accept your guidance.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
I go.
He's taking the stacks.
Yes.
I think they're taking
I
stacks.
hear and obey. Of course.
Okay, if I put that ward there, would that change your knowledge of where they were?
There.
Rubik, just put down wards there, man. Can you just fucking wait?
The spirit moves me.
This guy is so fucking whiny. Everyone knew that they were there, right?
Tower's under attack.
Should I put the ward right in front of them so they can deward it? Fucking whiny ass shit.
Shades, guide me.
God.
Your top
Right?
tower
So
is under
annoying.
attack.
I hear.
God.
As the shades direct.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As it please you. You are heard.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
I accept.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, Tinker, I know you're a good player, man, but did you know that you're really whiny?
I hear.
Just fucking keep opening your mouth. Whining your ass off.
Shades, guide me.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
As it please you.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
You're not going anywhere.
Killing spree! Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
Ah, 4 for 1.
Double kill!
No more from me.
Who warded my jungle? You think Grimstroke warded my jungle?
I need entrails.
Yeah, maybe he did.
The spirit moves me.
Hey, they should be targeting Tinker, you know?
Yes.
So, I don't know, I think there's a ward somewhere, but I wonder where it is. 10-minute runes? I mean, if I were them, I would put it somewhere over here, right? I mean, my sentries might already see it.
I go.
Okay, man.
Yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Yeah, I fucking stack for you, okay, bitch? Fucking put all my money to fucking deward your jungle. Okay, man.
So say the spirit. As you
Whiny ass bitch.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Of course.
Wait, I'm stacking.
Dulce nominis forte cali.
Killing spree!
As it please you. I go.
Oh, my tome is still.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Divine Og Jungle, what?
The spirit moves me.
It's mine, right?
As the shades direct.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Granted. Ah! Oh!
mid-tower
Well, we
could
know it's
talk,
just a sentry.
they'd be pretty mad at you.
Shay, guide me. I accept your guidance.
Holy shit.
Move on over to your bottom tower. You gonna do something about it or just sit
What
there
is
and
that?
be funny? You better poof on over to your bottom tower. What, not your job or something?
Curses! My lord,
Dominate!
I go.
Tinker died. Who's he gonna blame this time?
Middle tower is no more.
Wonder if they have vision on
Your
this side.
bottom tower is under attack. This is one of
Uh-oh,
the
here comes the blame. Somebody's gotta get blamed for something.
As the
Oh,
shades
can I stack this in time? 1, 0, go, 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 go. Stacked.
I hear. Yes. Shades,
Step
guide
lively
me.
now. Your admiral is on board.
As you wish. So say the spirit.
We need at least 3 to kill him, dude.
Granted. Ah,
Are you even watching your top
Trying
tower?
to stack this for him.
Your top tower is under attack.
I
Oh, there better be something important going on.
yes. As it please you.
What the fuck? There's bounty in here, dude. It's been like 4 minutes.
Fortunes change. The spirit moves me. I accept your guidance.
What the? I use shift click
The
just now.
spirit moves me.
Radiant
That
fortified
just doesn't work.
structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I'm scared of
Nice,
Kunkka.
putting up
Kunkka's
a
coming. Kunkka's
barricade.
coming.
As it please you.
Oh, they're using a lot on you, buddy.
So say the spirit. All transmuted. Come back.
How am I so slow, dude?
Shades, guide me.
Silence is broken.
Die, all of you! All of you die. How many was that? 3 for 1 again? Oh boy. No blink there yet? Oh, he actually got the kill. That's pretty impressive.
Tower exploded.
As you wish.
Maybe these runes are still here, guys. Hey! Hey man, I believe you.
As the shades direct.
Is he saying there is wards there, or is he complaining that we don't have wards? I can't even tell.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Hi, Pingu.
The top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there!
I am not yet worthy to go beyond the hill.
top tower just got denied. Nailed it.
Can I stack this in time? Highly doubtful. Okay, we're just gonna deward then.
Now, your admiral is on board. I hear and obey. I hear.
It's not there. Not there either.
You are heard.
Okay, so maybe somewhere over here.
Shades, guide me.
Okay, man, I don't even know. Maybe.
As the shades direct.
No. I have sentry there, dude.
As it please you. I hear. I go.
Don't do it. Oh god. Oh Jesus, scare me, dude. He thinks that there's a war there, but it's actually just a bird. They had the eagle, so are you saying that Rubik stole our eagle and then Rubik put an eagle over here, and that's why they had vision? I mean, there's a small chance. An illusion or some shit? Got him.
So say the spirit. Yes.
Oh, dude, that's not how you ward. You don't put them both at the same time.
I hear and obey.
Rubik had boar? I don't remember. I didn't even notice. There's just too much shit going on, you know?
Top tower is under attack.
I hear and obey.
Your top tower is under attack.
As the shades direct.
Oh, yeah. Dynamite wards.
Killing spree. Double kill.
I go.
The subtle trash talking. Oh, no, that's just straight up trash talking, dude.
Of course. I accept your guidance.
I think you put a sentry there. This doesn't reach, right?
Spirit moves me.
That's what I think.
You are heard.
Smart money.
Yeah, I don't think it reaches.
As it please you. Granted. As you wish. Okay, guide me.
Dominate.
Morty.
I really should patent that.
I accept. I hear. As it please you. Accept your guidance.
Do we want to do this?
Here.
Yeah, I'm putting down my wards. Oh shit, he's got my wards. Rubik has my wards. Oh, ward battle. Make me that money. Well, that was kind of a good trade. Silencer's hat looks like a dick because he's a dickhead. Oh, more trash talk. I feel like I should have gotten one a long time ago, but I'm not really sure. Let's just get it now.
Top tower needs some help.
Can you aim your wards? Yes, yes you can.
Granted. Top tower is under attack.
So this is what a 7k Tinker buys for his Tinker build in this particular game. Interesting.
So say the spirit.
Yeah, this is I actually learned about this ward from VP Solo.
Shades, guide me.
Yeah, he put that ward there and I was like, oh, that is a very interesting ward. Very, very niche. Very particular though.
As the shades direct.
Glad you learned it, Manny Deep.
As you wish.
I'm not really in position to push this lane. Oh, you do that too, yeah? Oh shit! And he's got a Radiance. I don't want to die. Oh my god, are you serious? Are you serious? Do they have ward here? Or here? Oh. That's a secret, man. How come only Asians ever ask how much money do you make?
I learn life's mysteries.
There's a PL in this game? What? English only, please. Is that guy trash talking in a different language? So obvious. I'm gonna TP from there. Are you kidding me? That's obvious. So running around like this and going TPing in here is obvious, rather than just running in a straight line, running around, going up here, go up this hill. That's obvious.
Knocking down that bottom tower. Well, isn't that something?
Okay, guys. Okay.
Radiant called in the fortification. Dire structures are fortified.
I think Rubik had vision on you when you ran in. Trees.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, maybe he did.
Unstoppable!
If they're immortal players, they can predict it. Okay.
Enemy bottom barracks just took a dive. Killing spree. Double kill. Back pause. I hear and obey. So say the spirits.
You know, Varun, I gotta be honest with you, man. A lot of your comments, they make me think that you're the kind of person who tries to act really smart. You know what I mean? Those kind of person. Like, that is my impression of you, dude.
The spirit moves me. Guide me.
You want a CPL's item? Sure, man. There you go. And he's getting Basher next. And the thing is, Varun, you don't have to talk less. Just change the type of comments that you make. The thing is, like, you try to act really smart, but I know you don't know that much, right? Like, remember this ward here, you're like, dude, definitely don't have vision there. And then later you change your mind. You're like, okay, they definitely don't have vision on the high ground, right? Okay, yeah, but I put the sentry down. Of course they don't have vision anywhere here. But we found out that there was ward here. I'm like, okay, the way that you arrived at your conclusion was not very strong. And I'm like, okay. And then there was a question that I asked you earlier, and I'm like, seriously, you didn't know that? Like, you know, so I don't know, man. Just, I don't know why you try to show off so much. Oh, I might die in a second. Yeah, but even if there was a rocket, that doesn't mean they don't have vision. Like, your logic has to be stronger than that. But you weren't right. This guy doesn't ever get it, guys. Like, out of everyone in the chat, the only person who thought that you were right was you. Everyone else was like,
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Enemy's middle tower just
we win.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. Lot better ventilation now. Ask any Cree. The enemy's middle barracks
You
are
set?
fallen.
What is he saying? Yeah, this silencer, he trash talked a lot. He was the one who's trash talking Pink at the beginning of the game. Quest damage laser, please. Oh. Yeah, anyways. This ward, there was vision right here, which is why they knew I was there the whole time. But you tried to specify saying there's no uphill vision, but we never talked about that. And is this not considered uphill? You know what I mean? Anyways, Varun, just forget about it, dude. I'm just telling you that if you behave that way, if you make those kind of comments, a lot of people will think like, oh, this guy's, he's trying to sound so smart. And it's not really a good look. Did they find the ward already? Yeah, they did. Well, let's just put sword here, secure this victory.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
What the fuck? Hi, Michael. Is he feeding? I don't want Rubik to steal my shit. Oh, he's trying to steal it.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Wave goodbye to the enemy's top. We now have Megatrees. Figures.
Varun, stay in the stream, man. And guys, be nice to Varun, okay? I'm guessing he's a little young, so he doesn't know these kind of things.
Well,
Anyways, Varun, actually, even if people are being a little bit mean to you, it doesn't mean that they don't have a good point. Okay? Here, I'll give you some examples in a second, okay? Am I dead? I'm dead. So actually, I have comics for situations like this. Where we go? So, as an example, here, I got one right here. So, some people make these kind of comments, okay? It says, how many presidents from the United States an average US citizen know? Even though I'm from Europe, I know 25 of them, right? Like, this guy, he's just bragging. You know this word bragging? Like, no one cares that he knows that even though he's from Europe, he knows 25 of them. But like, when he makes that kind of comments, it just makes him seem like he's insecure and that he's just trying to be smart, right? But nobody cares. So, I think that sometimes you make those kind of comments. You know what I mean?
Get out there.
And you don't know that you make those kind of comments, but you do make those kind of comments. So, even if I give you shit and some people in the stream give you shit, well, maybe it's a good opportunity to not make those kind of comments, you know? And then people will like you more. Is he gone? No, he's still here. You can tag him in the chat. Anyways, if you make less of those kind of comments, like, I think people will just like you a little bit more. Trust me, man. I'm turning 32 years old in like 8 months.
Of course.
No one's perfect.
Step lively now.
Nobody's perfect. When I was younger, I used to make shit tons of mistakes, and I used to say ridiculous things all the time.
Middle tower is no more. Dominating. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Oh, this game is still going? Why?
Hey, go. I accept your guidance. You are heard. You are heard. I hear. As you wish.
That's sweet and kind that some of you guys are trying to be supportive.
Shades, guide me.
Anyways, the internet is a ruthless beast, okay, guys? We all know that, right? The internet is a ruthless beast. I know more than anyone. Trust me, I stream. Some of you guys are fucking ruthless.
Yes.
We play Dota 2. We know how ruthless the internet is. I get it.
Hey, go.
So, yeah.
As the shades direct.
32 of that looks, it's either the genes or you might need to share us your secret to keep looking young, Blue. Well, Afif, you know how I got it? I got it from my daddy. What are these guys talking about?
Of course. Your talent
You can run if you want. You don't have to wait.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, hit that rack. I mean, hit that throne. Blue Span, did you play Han? Who? Instead of learning, people leave before they have the opportunity to learn from their mistakes and will continue to make the same mistakes in life. Well, I mean, if he learned but he doesn't come back, that's good. Not the best, but good. If he doesn't come back and he doesn't learn, well, that's bad. Alright, what's my MMR? 559? Yep. I think I actually lost 5 MMR today, even though I'm 1-1. Ugh. Fuck. Ronnie, what video are you talking about? Yeah, no, we're gonna move on, right? Yep. Anyways. Oh! Is this your dog, Johnny, is it? Wow. Look at that adorable little fluff ball. What is this? Okay, fine. Wow, that. Oh, dogs. Did he just go right back to sleep afterwards? Oh, Shrama, did you post some food? I checked all the foods earlier. Let's see, where are you? Where are you? Oh, I didn't see this one. That chicken salad? Fried chicken salad with a bunch of ranch Caesar dressing? Mmm, that looks fucking delicious. Hello, Discord, motherfucker. Want me to bring back the cat? I'll bring it back sometime soon. Big H. Oh, there you go. What do people from Nepal eat? That pizza looks very below average in my opinion. I'm not trying to be snobby. I've eaten a lot of pizza and that dough looks too thick and it looks like there's not enough cheese and it doesn't look like there's enough pizza sauce. Now, the original, the Italians, they eat like a really thin pizza with less cheese and less sauce. But I like me tons of cheese, tons of meat, tons of sauce. That's the way I like it. Hey, if you can rewind the stream and you can watch Techie's game. We played 2 of those games. Okay, we have rank 286. His name is Useless Void.
And their best hero.
Rank 900.
Wait, ain't that kind of cheap?
And his name is I Know You're Gay.
And effective.
Rank 300. His name is Boku no Pico. Rank 700 Blitz Ray. Okay.
Your pick now. Meepo.
It was not nice, Tromic. Yeah, it doesn't look nice.
Morty.
Kayanator? Who's Kayanator? Sanket, do I remember you? Nope. If you come here once every 2 months, nope. Right out of my mind. Too many people, you know? Fuck, I can't even remember the people that I meet in real life. What was her name? Oh, fuck, your name is... Johnny? Joe? I Know You're Gay. His chosen bounty hunter. Okay. Holy shit.
Okay,
is that the
your
first
pick
pick
now.
Lycan player?
You know what to do.
I think he's a Smurf. Shit. 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 Where's my no god? Okay. Well, I mean, if I... Oh, God.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
I think Jakiro does decently against, right? Yeah. Does any of the other sound effects work? Because no god's not working. Hold on. Oh. Kaine is a techie spammer? Oh, I don't know. Does he play in North America? I watch some YouTube, but not that much YouTube, guys. Okay, we're gonna have to shut down the bot and turn it back on. Hold on a sec. Okay, so in about 10 seconds, I think sound effects should work again. Hello, dum-dum.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Alright, let's try No God. No God. Nani.
Oh, there we go.
The shampoo fucked that word for cleaning. Shampoo. You know, that makes a little sense. Can you fuckers pick? I just hope we don't have, like, you know, carries who only right click and do nothing in a team fight like PA.
Okay,
or Slark.
pick now.
He
You know
fucking
what to
randomed!
do.
Or mid-randomed! Well, I mean, he can dispel Dismember and Shackle. I mean, it's not like PA bad, but it's still kind of bad. Is Shampoo really from the Indian language? Who is this guy, and why did he just... He's Divine 4! Is he the worst player in this game? The worst player in this game, who's playing mid on my team, just randomed LC. Is it raining? Nope. Sunny day in Canada. Why do you think it's raining? You know that LC and Meliodas? How do you know? Scythe, you don't strike me as someone who plays a North American server. Your name sounds very Asian. But this guy named LC, named Meliodas, who's playing on my server in my bracket. I don't think you're my bracket either. I'm making an assumption here. But you know him, dude. How do you know him? He looks Asian. Maybe you guys are family members. Hi, Apex. Hi, Devraj. Oh, Devraj, you're late as shit today, eh? Started 3 hours ago. Sumail's an Asian name. Racist. Wait, what? Sumail is an Asian name, so I am racist. How does that work?
Smoke weed every day. Ready.
30 seconds.
Hey, Shramik. Johnny is an English name, so therefore I'm not racist. You said Scythe is an Asian name and he doesn't play in NA. Well, is it not? Is it a European name?
Pay attention now. The battle started.
Is it a fucking African name? Someone named Scythe has got to be from like Indonesia or some shit. Indonesia or Malaysia, which is fucking in Asia. Am I wrong? Or India. One of those countries, I'm sure. And all those countries are Asian. Like, did I get something wrong here? What is this Bloodseeker doing? He doesn't have his passive.
Dragon's Rage.
Okay, so anyways, if it was an Arabic name, Arabia is in fucking Asia, is it not?
Freeze and burn.
Like a Middle East, that's in Asia.
Double trouble.
Oh, you want to pull, Pudge? I don't. He has a hook. Yep, hook. Oh, he does have it. Okay, man. Like, great, like, great harass. That's great.
Yes.
Oh, I thought he would move down a little bit, but he didn't really. Oh, I could get hooked again, huh? That's a big wave. That's a big juicy wave. Oh fuck, he's level 2. I'm dead, dude. And someone just rage bot back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm good. I'm good. Can I get a Benny? Dude, what's like he's gonna have hook in like a few seconds. No! Ah! God damn it! Fuck! God damn it! More items. Blood Seeker. Ah, God. That was embarrassing. Alright, Thunder.
We ride the updrafts.
Fuck this guy. Woo, woo, woo! Well, it's gonna be one of us. I'm glad it was him. And not me, again. I hate dying, but I hate dying twice in a row even more. That's just fucking embarrassing.
Yes.
You want me to use my ability? Holy shit. Am I fucking dead here again? No, Pudge. No. No, Pudge. No. Just spam your spills. Yeah, that'll help you in the lane. Get ready for 5-minute runes. Spam my spells in the wave. Oh, you told me to spam my spells. Oh, wait then.
Double trouble. Ice and fire.
There's a ward like right here, I think. Oh, it's right here.
Fired up.
Oh, motherfucker!
Yes. Shall we? Under you. Freeze and burn.
What the fuck? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? There. Oh god. So there is a ward either. I mean, there's one here, so it can't be over here. So it's probably just up this hill. Oh god. Shit. Holy shit.
You should know better than to oppose a king.
They kill me, but they reveal their ward. Somewhere over here. Right? It's gotta be, right? What the? Is it here? Did I just fucking miss it? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Freeze and burn. Fired up.
Killing spree. Deepest thanks.
I'm such a good support.
Your top tower is under attack. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Four top. Oh boy. Oh my god. There's a Shadow Shaman here too? I actually did not know.
Killing spree. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
Get him, boys. Bake him away. Bake him away, toys.
Attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
That is not quite enough damage. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I defended that. I was trying.
The skies are ours.
Money. Money for me. 10-minute runes. Get ready for 10-minute runes, please.
Ice advances.
Bounty hunter, you fucking invisible shit. What? Oh, God.
Your middle tower's under attack. You and a couple of friends.
He easily could have gotten
this
that. I
time.
don't know why he didn't. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be
Oh, shit.
pretty mad at you.
Oh shit! Man, I was fucking looking at Bounty Hunter. And I'll see.
Clip your wings.
God. Had money for my boots. Should I even bother?
Watching your top tower?
Nah.
The top tower needs help. Your
I wonder if they're gonna ward here again. I mean, I already have the sentry set up, so. Oh shit! I found it. What'd I say, eh? Nah, I'm a PMA player, Donovan. Wow, a PMA player. Oh shit. Waste your mana.
Illusion.
Oh shit. Dragon Dagger this game? I'm gonna give you a definite maybe. Was that my word? I think it was. What's his face? Should start trying to do Roshan soon.
Mega
shit.
kill!
You know, Lycan eggs is strong because like it spawns 2 wolves every single wave. You know, it's not small, yeah. I'll see if I can cut him off.
Ready. Shall we?
He dead.
And over here we have your middle tower.
Mid dead.
Not being there no more. Radiant structures are fortified.
The skies are ours.
What support hero is annoying? Zeus is pretty annoying.
By thrust of wing.
Get back! Get back!
Icy fences.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
We fly.
He's still there, dude. What the? Wait, who's the one who?
Killing spree.
No, not me. No, no, no! Kill him! Are you fucking serious?
Double kill. Killing spree.
No, 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 no! Oh god, LC is suck. So what? So because you random, you're immune to be.
You can save me, motherfucker.
Because you're random, therefore you're immune to playing badly? Is that the logic? Alright, just play the game, okay, kids?
Ready. Dragon's breath.
What the fuck is going on? Oh shit.
Dominate.
Oh my god, I'm not even gonna kill him, dude. Oh man. Oh man. I think we lost this game, guys. Oh, shit.
Mega kill!
Fresh meat!
Yeah, why did they fight here? Like, seriously, why? I think Bounty Hunter started it, then he died, and then we died, and then he died again. Oh, God.
Power is out! Get out there! Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm done.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend that sucker! Killing spree!
Oh, boy.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I'm scared. I want to put down wards, but I'm scared. Maybe we'll use LC as bait. They should be gone from this area by now, right? Oh, found him. Holy fucking steamroll, dude. I turn around to try to cast one thing for 1 second, and... Oh god, oh god.
Double kill!
Fucking Boku no Pico. 19th streak, 73% win rate. Even at the fucking 7k level? 7k level? Wow.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you know what? My bait just died to Raj. Oh, I actually don't want to play this game anymore.
Your top tower is under attack.
Maybe he got that before he hit 5k. Maybe. Maybe.
This is one of the things in the bad column.
But still. This is supposed to be like around 6k game. And he's making us look like a bunch of baboons.
Your top tower needs some help. Your top tower has fallen.
Just stop playing? Okay. Good idea.
The top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get out!
What the fuck, man? I fucking hate that shit. I'm dead.
Double kill!
God damn. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, Jesus. We defended.
Your top tower needs some help.
Got a veil. Need this tome.
Hey, it ain't fun if we ain't all here.
Oh, I just need to make sure they don't take a Roshan. Not even sure if we have the capabilities.
We fly.
Someone bought my tome?
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
You don't think I'm gonna win this? Really? What gives you that idea?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Look at this Lycan. He doesn't even care. Is that an illusion?
Godlike.
Yeah, it's an illusion.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Your bottom tower has fallen.
This game's done, guys.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Hey, your bottom barracks need help. Bad news about your bottom barracks. Radiant structures are fortified.
Alright, I'll be back in 1 minute. This game's fucking done. Guaranteed. There's no 1% chance. No hope.
Double kill, middle tower's under attack. We got one less middle tower now, by the way. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. That's the engine. This one in the books. And I wonder.
Did I enjoy this match? Oh, God, Smurf in this game. Oh, fuck you. Enjoy this match, my asshole. Did I enjoy anal rape? With my worst player in the entire game on my team playing mid, randoming his hero? Nah, I'm good. Report fucking Shaman. Oh God. I was on the phone and I just went in. Alright. Alright, where are we? The fuck? Alright. What's wrong with you guys?
Smoke weed every day.
Welcome back, Yamari. Oh, they're still arguing. Didn't we tell this guy to speak English only last time? Is he speaking garbage again? Oh, sorry, not again. Is he speaking garbage this time? Somebody already canceled the matchmaking. Someone read that language? Dude, they're still arguing. Look, this is a whole novel. How the fuck do you? I can't imagine you being ranked 779. Good luck to your road to immortal. Stay in your low behavior score, you stupid moron. Can I check my DMs? Okay. You can choose whatever you like, Snowpoop. What is behavior score average for this game? What, didn't it just show just now? Maybe we can go back and check it again. Hey, everyone on my team is immortal except for this guy. He's Divine 5. I'm okay with that. As long as he doesn't random.
We'll hold him down, you knock him out.
So last game, player behavior score highly varied. Pick a Bane. I can pick Bane for donation. Would you like to make donation? Hard support. Mirana. Heisenberg. Brian. Ashang. CY. Yanzi. Electric. Black. Zone. Feeder player. Oh, nice. Feed me. Frozen. What is my height? Around 171. Oh, man.
10 seconds.
Play some Vengeful Spirit.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
How old am I? I'm 31. Now is this a 4 invoker or is it a 3?
Your pick now.
Or is it a 2?
What? Huh?
Yeah, sorry, at 31 years young.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Mom, Brian. Do I know Robert Wadlow, tallest man in history? I think I heard something about that. When I was a young warthog. Thanks, Buddha! Any of these fuckers pre-muted? Oh, shit! Purple's pre-muted. 6,200 commends pre-muted. Okay. Very toxic player pack. You. What language is this?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Do I have a girlfriend? Nope. Thanks to Raj. Alright, time to give this yellow guy some tangos. Some tangus. Oh, they have Tinker, so then this guy's probably like position 4 or 3 Invoker. Sad boy. You know what the difference between me and you is? I don't need a girlfriend. Maybe we can Astro Arrow. 6643 as a Baden. That's pretty talented.
I am vengeance.
You can get first blood. Well, I don't have this guy pre-muted. Did I unmute him just now?
It's in the bag.
As foretold, it is in the bag.
Oh, do you want to join us?
Precisely. You shall feel my talent.
To the secret shop.
The time has come.
Dick is hard.
30 seconds to showtime. Faster. I am not. First blood!
Ah, first blood! And so much more shall soon be spilled.
Attack!
Boom, baby!
I always wanted to see an ancient fall.
Million fans around the world! Let's get ready to rumble!
Vengeance.
Okay.
Vengeance. If you insist.
If we go quickly enough, we can even kill the courier before he even gets his items, and that is just, that's just awesome.
'Tis none.
Anyway, I'm out of here.
I fly. Let my vengeance soar. I can't resist. With the vengeance. Die.
What are you pinging about, dude?
May the sky surrender to me. Very well.
It's all the same to me.
Dude, Vengeful Spirit's stacking capabilities is fucking amazing.
To battle. By Skriok. I am
You just want attention. You don't want my heart.
my sentiments precisely. Double damage.
Dude, he hasn't used courier yet, eh?
As you wish.
Yo, fight. Can he back off, dude? Is he trying to like play some mind games or some shit?
Vengeance flies beside me.
Slaying is unenjoyable.
Yes.
That's okay, man. We're still 4-1, right? Doing just fine. I just killed Tinker.
Battle. Very well.
Guy's putting up a barricade. Your bottom tower is under attack.
If I must. If you insist. As you wish. Let my vengeance soar.
Have another Tanga.
I am not arguing.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I am there.
5-minute runes. Get ready for 5-minute runes.
Setting my wolves on it.
Here.
With a vengeance. The time has come.
That's an easy way to zone him out, huh?
The prize is mine. From the goddess.
Wait, here.
The time has come. Let my vengeance soar. I fly.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Take it and defend that sucker.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. I pressed very far, like half second too late.
Very well.
Double damage.
Probably fine.
Dominate.
Okay. He's gonna. Okay. Okay.
To battle.
I think I'm just gonna go jungle, honestly, and get soloed.
Yes.
Sure, man.
As you wish. Faster. As you
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
with a vengeance. My sentiments precisely. I am not arguing.
Man, I can't even use my stick or fairy fire. That mini stun.
How many times must I set out on this road? I am there. Vengeance flies beside me. Very well. Vengeance flies beside me. Battle.
Oh fuck! They probably saw the ward. Rana, you ready? Wow. I think CM should know that there's a ward there.
Structures are fortified.
10-minute runes are almost up. 10-minute runes.
I am not arguing.
10-minute runes.
My sentiments precisely.
I was made to have this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Time is up.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I fly. With a vengeance.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let my vengeance soar.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Oh man, they totally saw that.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I am there.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Take bottom tower, so I'm not.
But we didn't even kill Sven. His phase boots? Oh fuck.
The prize is yes.
You even watching your top tower? Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
He did.
I fly.
An easy shot.
To battle. I am not arguing.
So can't he just go? Oh no, no, he doesn't have mana for Ghost Walk.
As you wish.
Crystal Maiden, she's gonna frozen feed.
So sweet.
It's got to be a soundboard.
Very well.
The enemy's top tower is full.
Wait, I put a ward here and they found that, huh? So does that mean it's premeditated and they have a ward over here?
Dyer's doing that glowing thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Allies disappear.
Let my vengeance soar.
You're so fucking dead, bud. Oh fuck, I'm dead too. Oh man, that's too greedy. I have no money, dude. Can't even buy Techno GP. 15 mana runes.
To battle.
Hope I don't die.
Yes. A gift from the goddess. As you wish. I am not arguing. My sentiments precisely. If you insist. I am there. Vengeance flies up.
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back!
The time has come. Very well.
Should be okay, Lulu.
As you wish. Let my vengeance soar.
The enemy's middle
Rat,
tower
rat,
has
rat,
fallen.
rat, rat.
Shadows take us.
Yes.
The fuck? Are you serious? You found this ward? Who the fuck put sentry so high up, dude? Are you trying to find a ward that I put down below the stairs? Why you do that? Fucking Jesus. I don't understand why some people ward.
My sentiment.
Ops.
If you insist.
Like, why would you put sentry so high up?
Yeah, like,
Slake my thirst for revenge.
I want to do it.
I missed this one.
I am there.
Oh, you got my sentry.
By the bloody pin.
Oh my god, missed two last hit.
Power, like a promise to battle.
You just missed that sentry. Actually, this guy's warding is weird, dude.
You shall be broken. Faster.
Okay, let's get Helm Dominator. Actually, second Helm Dominator?
I fly.
I don't know about that one.
Let my vengeance soar.
I think your biggest problem is Tinker.
Another put down.
Ah, ban your ward.
The Skywrath style of stereo. As you wish.
Oh fuck.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Regeneration.
Come, up here.
The time has come.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
What's my next item, Grace? Besides Divine Rapier. That's my favorite animal.
I am not.
I like dogs.
Dominating.
As you wish.
Armlet best item? Oh, you have a point.
Spoil that shot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You know, I wonder if we should really actually be going high ground like this.
Very well.
Horse staff? Etherlands? I'm gonna think about it, guys. I'm gonna think about it. I have no vision around this area.
Battle. Faster.
Solar Crest or Force Staff?
Time has come.
I don't know, man. I feel like the Tinker's the biggest problem, so however itemized, it should probably be against that guy.
Stretch my wings. Nice.
Oh god. I don't know what the fuck is going on, dude?
As you
You serious?
let my vengeance.
Affirmative.
I'm fucking dead.
I fly.
The prize is mine.
Hi, Razzie. Man, what the fuck is? Oh god! And he has the ages. Today is not a good day of Dota.
Killing spree!
Humbled by death.
Yep. You know what maybe we need is a pipe. I'm gonna get a pipe. Got him.
I was only indirectly responsible.
I am there. The time has come.
Got it. Oh god.
Let me vengeance soar.
Got it.
Very well.
I'm gonna deny this bounty ring.
I was meant to have this.
You want bounty ring? Mm-mm. Swap OD and kill him? You really want to take that chance of your mid's life? You don't even know who's up here besides Crystal Maiden and Tinker. What if Sven was around the corner with a blink? Oh shit! Go, 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 go!
At last.
Yeah, I would have gone for that.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Precisely.
Ay. God damn. Hey, Jay-Z Gun, you didn't answer my question. What the fuck? How did... Oh. Well, that Sven just died in like 2 seconds.
Faster.
I can swap.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill! Dire structures are fortified.
Wow. Wow, man. Well, did I say we were gonna lose this game? I actually don't remember if I was positive or negative about this game, but oh wait, no. The Lycan, he was next to the fountain with our Aegis, and he was just in the trees, and I was like, oh god. I had Miranda pre-muted, so I don't know, man. I don't know if he deserves to come in. And I did say today was a bad day of Dota. But it's actually a neutral day of Dota. Alright, we're gonna queue for safe lane as well. We might get it. You think that was a kazoo? I think that was just a recorder. Actually, you know what? Hold on, I'm gonna hop on another account to practice my armlet toggle. One second. Yeah, I think it was a recorder. Armlet time. That's right. Hello, Najib. Okay, logging into Dota. Dude, this Treasure of the Twilight Procession sucks. Does anyone like it? I feel like most of the sets just suck. Yeah, you don't like it, Lulu? Yeah, I don't like that shit. Yeah, you don't like it, Razzie? Like, look at these sets. They're so boring. I mean, I guess it's just the nature of having so many sets, right? Like, this Tide set is kind of interesting. Mine's better. This one's kind of interesting, too. I guess they're going for less flashy, more subtle kind of sets, huh? But does it flashy always feel like it's cooler? They're all very uninspiring. Need more flashy. Yeah. At least Faceless Boy has a face, does he? I mean, he kinda does. If you assume those are eyes, nose, and mouths. How many matches you just win in the stream? I think 3 or 4. You open 18 of those? Jesus. It's like how much is that? It's like it's like $40. Bots level 1001 Drow Ranger? I lost this game, guys. I was 27-7. Wah wah. Yep. And I was super ahead of everyone too. Look. Is it 20 minutes? Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes. I have 7,000 more net worth than their highest net worth hero. Wait a minute. Between 20 minutes to 30 minutes, DK got like 2,000 gold, and I doubled net worth. More than doubled. More than doubled. Doubled. Come on! Accept the queue.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Level 25 Rubik.
Your turn to pick.
Thanks, BJ and Razzie. Dude, I'm so tired of seeing Pudges in games. Seems like he's in every game.
10 seconds remaining.
1 out of 11 you can has. Are you saying you're gonna give me all those sets? Snail poop. Can you guys pick? Can you fucking pick? God damn it. If you don't pick, I'm gonna fucking pick Sniper.
Your turn to pick.
Morty. You're gonna give it to Will or to somebody else? Is that person named Bluespan? God damn it.
Your turn to pick.
Okay.
Your turn to pick.
Okay. Sniper time. Hi, Sarab. Ray Paul and the baboon. Yui. Your mom's scolding you? Good. Get to sleep, little boy. What's my favorite perfume? I don't know, man. Why do you ask? Thanks, Lulu. Sniper, Blink Dagger, easy survive. Are you kidding me?
Prepare for
Wow.
battle.
What if Slark hits me, pounces me from Shadow Blade, or I get blinked on by Axe? Call. And don't say shit like, well, just blink before you get blink called. It's not that easy, man. Hi, Alex.
Shoot him up.
You know how to survive without dying this game, guys? Just don't let your HP hit 0.
Spot on.
Actually, I'm gonna go block mid.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't want to be here. Or do I? Nah, I don't want to be here. I'm gonna go block mid. I hope Pudge doesn't just come fucking hook me.
As you say.
The battle begins.
Into the breach.
If I DC, if I just wait in fountain, I won't die, right? God damn it, my fucking block is so shit. I'm done.
First blood.
How many runes did we get? We got 0 runes? Nice, 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 nice.
Spotted.
Spotter direct. Yes.
Wait, that's not the item I want.
Attack.
Fuck, man, I just fucking missing last hits. Trying to like there you go. Boop.
Yes. Yes. A new trajectory. Eat lead. That's gonna sting. Easy shot. My spotter guys. Oh! Take this. Gunpowder justice.
You fucking shit!
This'll hurt.
Denied.
On target. Higher caliber. Yes.
Oh fuck! Okay. You're mid.
My spotter direct. Into the breach.
What?
As you said, not for you. Yes. Of course. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Center of mass. Yes. Line of sight.
Tis new cupatory.
Eat lead. Snipe hunt.
Fuck you, Phoenix.
My spotter guides me. Full bore.
Can I fucking cast my shrapnel? You said you had town portal scroll ready? 5-minute ruins. Town portal scroll ready. Town portal scroll ready. Town portal scroll ready.
Itching for vengeance.
Yeah, ready my fucking dick hole.
Uh-huh.
Tide is mighty.
A new trajectory. Yeah. Shrapnel. Spotted. Run and gun. Yeah. Sure is shooting. Spot on.
Oh, I don't have the stacking timer thing. think it's like 54 or some shit.
Yeah.
Demised.
Let's have a go at it. Full bore.
What is it? Man, I need a
As you say.
I need a TP scroll.
Yes. Trick shot. Shoot him up. Shrapnel. Let's have a go at it. Oh, got him.
You did.
Shrapnel.
See you later. Easy kill.
Of course.
Ay,
Dire
Jesus
structures
Christ.
Are fortified.
Sure is shooting. Uh-huh.
I knew that Phoenix like wouldn't use his dive because he really wants to try to finish me off. Then we got the janitor over here.
Of course. A no trajectory.
Think about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll change lane if they, I think if they dive, I'll change lane.
Snipe hunt. Body shot. Eat lead. Easy shot. Trick shot. On target.
It's all the same to me.
There we go.
Boned yet.
Nice and easy.
My spotter directs.
Am I buying armlet? Yep,
Spotted.
of course. What are you talking about? What you talking about, man? Armlet is the best item.
Yes.
Protection? Holy shit. Stop moving courier!
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He's dead.
What a dum-dum. I'm not ready.
Is he? Okay.
Not yet.
Disruption ready? Disruption didn't even have mana the whole time. Dude, my supports keep debating me. Like when I got dived here earlier by the Phoenix and the Invoker, before I got dived, this Rubik was like TP scroll ready, and I'm like, nice. And they start diving me, and then I just, yeah.
That should help. Time is money.
Oh, let me get rid of that. There you go. Sorry about that.
Freshness.
He has a fucking blink? Okay. No Vanguard, no Phase Boots, no Tranquil Boots. First item, Blink Dagger.
For your delusions of grandeur.
That's why I need Blink? Ah, yes, of course. Hey, I can TP top in 5 seconds, Void. Okay, Chrono. Just Chrono, dude. Not getting away from that one. Did I not? Where did I shrapnel? He's over here. Dude, I clicked shrapnel over here, didn't I?
Your middle tower is under attack.
The fuck? How did I shrapnel there?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Thanks, man. Renaissance.
Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Axe has Blink Call.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
You die. Run and gun. Body shot. Gunpowder justice. My spotter guides me.
We have no vision on the map.
Take this. Trick shot.
I'm gonna get ganked in a second.
Snipe hunt.
Can someone make a retarded play?
Yes.
Rubik's. Not that retarded. I can snipe him, dude.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
There's axe.
Isn't it? It's not time yet. It's not time yet.
Someone make a retarded play. Void goes in, Chrono's one person, dies.
Gold.
I don't know how TP spelled it.
Sure is shooting.
I said retarded, but not that retarded. Oh, Jesus.
Not yet. Eat lead.
I need 1400 gold for Heart of Tarrasque? You serious? He's serious, dude.
Run and gun.
I'm gonna get ganked in a second. I'm gonna get ganked in a second. Oh no, it's bottom.
Yes. Yes.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
You know, I'm really not used to playing this game with this few words.
Not yet. Of course.
Fight. Holy shit. What happened in the chrono? Tornado?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, well, you know what? That was okay. So this guy is getting, this is Echo Save, right? It should be Echo. So if he's getting Echo, then we get next.
Your top tower is under attack.
As you say. A new trajectory. I'm not ready. Kill shot. Yeah.
What items do we need this game?
My spotter guides me. Attack! Yep. Let's have a go at it.
Yo, I'm scared to be down here because once again we don't have vision.
Yes. Easy shot. Full bore. Of course.
I hope that creep body doesn't see me.
Shrapnel.
Oh, look, there's an axe over here. I'm fucking out of here.
Uh-huh. Bullets. Spotted. Uh-huh.
Okay, don't include sniper. I think these guys are partied, like they're all working together and shit.
Into the breach. Line of sight. Spotted. Gunpowder justice.
Oh shit, dude. Oh my god! Whose team is this guy on? What? Oh, well, he's dead. He got the bounty rune though, so I mean, I got more money. This guy's dead too. Dude, I think we actually lost this game. Ah, God. Like, as a support, I do not mind that kind of play. Position 1 safe lane carry though? I don't know that. Oh.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fresh meat!
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Oh god.
Your top
Did I
tower
toggle
is
too
under
early?
attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
What level is Faceless Void? He is level 13. Yeah, we fucking lost, dude. Uh-oh, I hope they don't have vision in this area. Oh, they do. They do. He's dead. Oh, didn't you click on the assassinate? Serious? I'm dead.
Yes!
Oh, here comes Faceless Void. Let's see if he's gonna make a great play.
Fresh meat!
Smoke weed every day.
I should just farm, man. Just keep like getting into these fights and fucking dying. And I'm so done with that shit. Gotta fucking farm my ass off. Yeah, I'm done with that shit. Oh, look. This fucking shark over here wants to try to gank me.
Not yet. Of course. Aha. Spotted.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, he's back up! Nice.
Fresh meat! Killing spree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Line of sight.
Where's Invoker?
Yes. This will come in handy.
Oh, found Invoker. She TP mid
Your top
earlier.
tower is under attack.
We almost have our 4 staff, so we got that going for us.
Run and gun.
Oh, finally, a good chrono. That doesn't involve me being inside of it.
I'll do the same.
Oh, there we go.
Don't go off half-cocked. Of
There we go. There we go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Full bore. You die.
Slark's gonna TP over here. So we're just gonna cast trap now and run. Oh shit. I don't know a whole lot you can do about that. I should have told him that I was just gonna back immediately after casting shrapnel. Maybe he got a false sense of security, thinking that I would actually help him.
Spot on. Into the breach.
Oh shit. That's scary, man.
Not yet.
Yeah, leave top.
Yes. I'm not ready. On target. Yeah. Of course. Full bore.
Dude, you're gonna block my... God.
Easy shot.
He's got a Midas?
It's not time. Time yet.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
What the? Disrupt me? Oh my god. I tried to cast shrapnel on the axe before he blinked, but he got it off. Oh my god, who did he even get? Dude, this voice Chronos are like the worst Chronos I've ever seen in my life. I think most of the time he gets his teammates.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, this guy's gonna scale. Shadow Demon even a good high level hero?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
To my guns.
So tempting, but no.
I'm not ready. Uh-huh.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Check it out.
Fresh me!
It's not time yet. I'm not ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fuck is going on? Oh god.
Time
Dude.
yet. My spotter.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
God, man, I just want to finish Mueller.
I'm not ready. Take this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yep.
Your middle tower has fallen.
There we go.
Of course.
Alright, now let's go Satanic.
Quick draw.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Dude, the axe is farmed as shit. Holy fuck. What the?
My spotter direct. Yeah.
Is that real?
My spotter guides me.
Dude, I didn't even cast. Oh my god.
Not yet. My spotter direct.
Are you serious? Those are illusions.
A new trajectory.
Oh, he's getting butterfly, so I may have to get Monkey King Bar, but I'm not so sure that I do.
Let's have a go at it. Got it. Knife hunt.
I think there's a ward here, right? Was that ever dewarded? Hey, Kelvin, you can't actually say the word noob. What are these guys doing? Oh my god! Am I gonna finish Pike eventually? You don't always have to finish it, you know? I don't value the attack range on it that much. Yeah. It would be great when I get Axe called, which is almost every single time. I can use Satanic before he does that. Do I play any other games besides Dota? Sometimes. Yeah, this Axe is like, he's always looking for me. God, he's level 23, dude. The highest level in this game? No. Phoenix is the highest. Wow.
Trick shot. Go for head. Line of sight. Yes.
How's Phoenix the highest level? Did he just like read every single tome and get a Midas? Is he not a support? Core? Or is it a support invoker? No, Invoker's mid. Phoenix is a support and he's the highest level in this game.
Of course.
Jesus Christ.
Not yet.
Where's Slark anyways?
The breach.
I think Slark is probably near Roshan. Oh boy.
Higher caliber. Shrapnel.
Oh my god, you're fucking shitting me! Okay, like, I ran like this, and I ran like this, so do they have a ward here? Like, I don't even know what to say, man. Like, cause I don't think a ward here would have seen me, and that's way more common, right? They put ward here. They don't put ward like here or here. Well, that's the thing, Razzie. Is I just went straight from tier 3 to here in a straight line like that. So this would not have seen me, but maybe these wards here would have seen me. That's the only possibility.
Is under attack.
Or stream snipe, yeah, that's a possibility too. This guy doesn't even have Midas, and there's no XP talent, and yet he's the highest level, dude. That's actually amazing. Hey, just because we didn't say hello to you the first time doesn't mean that you need to spam, okay, man? Alright, kick him out of the stream. I fucking hate this kind of people.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, Jesus. How are we gonna win this? First item, heart. Oh god, oh god.
Into the breach.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he's gonna find the ward. Oh, there it is. And it's gone now. Actually, let's test our theory about where their sentry is. Or their ward. So, I mean, for Pudge to find me, I don't know, dude. Where's Timber? No axe, no. It just runs at me, huh? Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Well, we got a little bit of a comeback. Yeah, I still want to know if they have a ward around here.
Shoot him up. Spotted. As you say.
Yeah, this is Axe, dude. He loves me for sure.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Run and gun.
They should have buyback. They don't have buyback? Wow, none of them say buyback. Yeah, I guess they're so confident.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Overconfident, really.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks
Oh,
has
yeah, we're
fallen.
definitely backing.
Sure is shooting. I'm not ready.
There's a Slark anyways.
Going ballistic.
Schlarkity Schlark Schlark. Schlark's gonna jump me.
It's not time yet.
To be honest, guys, I actually straight up forgot that you can use take aim. Forgot about it, man. Whose magic stick is this? Oh, Shadow Demons. Interesting. Now, if I were Axe, where would I be, guys?
Yes.
Where would I be? I don't know, but I'm getting the fuck back. I'm getting out of this bitch.
Yes.
We have vision here, so it's slightly less dangerous.
No trajectory. As you say.
Let me farm. Oh boy. I'm scared, mommy. Oh, Shadow Demon's wand. Here you go, buddy.
Of course. Of course.
So I wonder if they found a ward over here earlier. Let's go like this.
Sure is
Hope I don't get jumped.
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe it's over here or here.
Into the
Oh, shit.
I face.
Slark for void. Good trade. Did I just see invoke? Oh, axe. Go stop axe. I'm gonna shrapnel right there. Stop him from fucking. Ooh, Jesus. Oh, I don't want to get jumped by axe. We gotta be sneaky.
spotted.
Hook wars. Axe is missing. Axe missing.
My spotter guides me.
Lotus Orb not gonna save you? The fuck? Save you from what?
Not yet. My spotter.
Hopefully Axe is not over here. Boop.
Yeah.
Oh god, there's a Phoenix over here, dude.
Run and gun. Line of sight. Yes.
Oh, I found a ward. Where is Axe? Where is Axe? Okay, I have enough for my Satanic now. So if I can even bait myself and see if Axe calls me. Although that's risky because when I get called I probably get hit by Sunstrike too.
Line of sight. As you say. A new trajectory.
This is a pretty intense unranked game on my Smurf face. My Smurf's around 5k though. So oh shit.
Let's have a go at it.
Dude, you pressed wrong button.
Sure is shooting. Oh, not yet.
Axe, Axe.
No. Run and gun.
Fuck you!
My spotter direct.
Jesus Christ. Running around shit. Kiting stuff, man. Make sure this axe don't jump me. Maybe I need BKB, I don't know guys, but I feel like my damage is just running out. Starting to fall off, you know? Doesn't look scary when you get right clicked by me. Okay. So maybe we get Daedalus. Daedalus. Thanks, Rezzy. Yeah, that fucking ass. Just tired of his shit.
Trick shot.
Pudge has Blink Dagger and Slark is Shadowblade somewhere. That is scary, dude. See, that's why you need item to like. Oh Jesus Christ! What? Rubik has no defensive items at all, huh? Like if he gets pounced, fucking dead. That's why you buy items to counter that shit.
I'm not ready. Of course. Spotted.
You know what? I should have got Monkey King Bar, huh? Fuck! Forgot that he has Butterfly. Well, I mean, we could still get Monkey King Bar, I suppose. You want to jump me? Go ahead, Slark. Yo! Aye! Oh, I spent my buyback money on this Crystallis. Hey, it's working out pretty well. Yeah, well, I don't know, like, even though Slark has Butterfly, he's like, I don't know, he's like not my, he's not even my most important target. Hey, Rubik, man, you need a defensive item, bro. Like a Force Staff, Glimmer. Like, he doesn't have a single defensive item. Anyways, even if we don't have Monkey King Bar for Slark's evasion, Monkey King Bar is inferior for killing Invoker, the Axe, the Pudge. Although it's better for killing Phoenix, because he has a Halberd, I think. Phoenix went Halberd. So, I don't know. I mean, it's not a terrible item. We can go Bloodthorn. What's the cast range on Bloodthorn, guys?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Bloodthorn. Range 900. 900 is not bad. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't have to go either Daedalus or Monkey King Bar. I can go Bloodthorn. So Monkey King Bar and Headshot don't stack. That's right. But I mean, like, you know, like the less you miss, the better. Anyways, I think we just go Bloodthorn. We get a mixture of both worlds. 50-minute runes. Just get runes, please. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh boy. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh god.
I'm not ready.
Oh, Timber's dead. We didn't even kill any of them.
Not yet.
Bloodthorn. Yeah, but before we actually get Bloodthorn, we're actually gonna finish Hurricane Pike because I value completing Hurricane Pike more than Bloodthorn.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Mortality. I'm not ready. My butter gave
Come on, hit this one. There you go.
As you say. Snipe hunt.
Sniper high ground defense, baby.
Not yet.
Axe 2.
Yeah.
As long as I don't get called by axe, I'm good. And if I do get called by axe, hopefully I don't get hit by cataclysm.
Full bore.
Should be good.
Yes. I'm not ready. Uh-huh.
Tower defense.
It's not time yet. Body shot.
Feels like sooner or later they're gonna get a hook and then... Or sooner or later we get a hook. Rubik must be having the time of his life.
Trick shot.
Oh, you're screwed, bud. I don't have axe. Fight these kids. Oh god, Pudge, please don't jump me.
Your top tower is under attack.
Woo. Flashy. No, Axe, you fucking piece of shit! Yeah, call me! Call me, bitch! Satanic motherfucker! See you later! Oh my god, that egg is so powerful. I have no mana! I have no mana! I had buyback gold? 46? You're fucking shitting me, dude. Should be okay, right? Dude, that egg, man? How
Radiant structures are fortified.
Holy shit, look at this guy. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god, he got in!
Your middle tower has fallen.
I need 12 gold to buy back. Ugh. No detection. He buys it now. Oh, this is really bad. Oh god, I need a. Oh, too exciting, dude. It's too exciting. I guess they'll back for bounty runes now.
Your bottom shrine is under
Oh,
attack.
and this game just keeps getting stalled.
Yes.
Your bottom shrine is under
Slark
attack.
has butterfly. Phoenix has halberd. That means I buy bloodthorn,
Your
is what I'm
bottom
saying.
shrine is under attack.
Let's have a go at it.
Your bottom
I need to get back
shrine
right
is
now.
under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
I'm not ready. Easy shot. Sure is shooting. My spot, my reps.
Axe is coming, I think.
I'm not ready.
Need sentries, dude. Fuck, I don't want Stark to grab this. Okay, Timbersaw just fucking out of here. Axe, dude. Phoenix is there, Stark's there, but where's Axe?
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
A new trajectory. Yeah.
No slot, huh? Well, I mean, your bracer, dude. You don't have to use your bracer. Nice try. Oh, there he is. There's the man. There's the fucking man.
Spotted.
Holy fuck, do I need to buy wards? There you go.
Yes.
Oh, I actually need to pee again. Ugh, God, and this game keeps stalling.
Of course.
Axe. Dude, that egg is so hard to kill. No egg, no cat up.
Eat lead.
Oof. That was a really good lift by Rubik though. What's this guy score? 3 and 13? You got a bracer, bro. Yeah, what's going on over there? Oh god. Oh, I used my hurricane pipe for him. Oh, I only have one shrapnel charge now. Oh god. Oh god, this is the beginning of the end, guys. What's the career doing there?
As you say.
Are you serious? Where's the Sunstreak?
Your top barracks has fallen.
I'm not ready.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Found it.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
See, they don't even care about my damage, dude.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has
My
fallen.
damage is fucking garbage. It's 3 versus 4. Oh. Fucking hell, dude, that egg is so powerful.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's game good. Hey, I'll be right back in 1 minute. Gonna go to the bathroom. Oh, this is the last game of today, but I'm gonna talk to you guys for a little bit before I go.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Okay. GG guys. Yeah, game's over. Alright, let's read some of these comments. Give me some comments. If I miss it, just type it again, okay? What is the best hero to get from 3.8k to 4.5k? So you basically want to hit like Ancient, right? Well, I don't know if you have Dota Plus, man, or you can just go to Dota Buff. Heroes, global trends, you are legend. Wait, what? I'm not subscribed? Oh, wait. Wrong account. Well, I mean, regardless if you have Dota Plus or not, DotaBuff.com. Heroes meta. Legend. What was it? Support? What is the best hero? Alright, well, it looks like you're playing Lycan and Drow Ranger. Clear? What would be your perfect 5 hero lineup, not taking into account the other team counterpicking? Oh, Jesus. Well, it would have to be a very well-rounded lineup. And we're gonna see good players here. Hey Razzie, type an exclamation mark points. I personally like Faces Void. I like Tidehunter. Faces Void, Tidehunter, Invoker. And now what are we missing? Invoker, Faces Void, Tidehunter. We need some more right clicky. Maybe a Jakiro and then a Shadow Shaman. So that way you have tons of control, tons of team fight, good right clicks. Something like that. Dr. Wolf, thanks for subscribing. Hello, Pritesh. Any mods here not on Blue's friends list? There's tons of mods, not my friends list. In fact, very, very few of you guys are on my friends list. Hey, Razzie, exclamation mark points. Where's that? Was that Henry guy who asked? Henry, does that answer your question, man? It's really nice if someone gives you an answer and you reply to it, you know? Give me some more comments, guys. Is the bot not working? Oh. You know what? The bot is not even... Hold on. Okay, wait 10 seconds, okay? Wait 10 seconds and try it again. Sometimes the bot just doesn't want to fucking work. Really frustrating. Alright, you guys can probably try it now. Yeah, should work now. What is my current MMR? It is 5.6k, Henry. Henry, did you listen to my explanation earlier? I spent like 3 minutes explaining it to you. You didn't say a single thing. Good. Try to reply when someone says something to you, you know? If you don't say anything, like, then I don't even know if you heard or understood what I said, and then next time I don't even feel like replying to it, you know what I mean? Do I snowboard or ski? Yeah, when I was a young warthog. I haven't done that in like years, so probably terrible at it. Stay green day or red day? I'm actually just logging into my account now, so let's have a look. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, there you go. 5590. I think I was basically around that MMR when I started today. Yeah, we played 4 ranked games and we won half of them. Just send you a trade offer. Try and trade that to a mod you don't have on friends list as a test. Well, I mean, couldn't you do the same thing, Snail Poop? Or do you have every mod added? I think when you gift something or you trade something, don't you have to be like friends with that person for at least 30 days? Anyways, I am gonna get some lunch, guys. Real hungry. It's almost 2 p.m. I haven't eaten any food yet today, so I'm gonna get out of here. Hope you guys had fun today. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be real close to 8 a.m. Pacific time. So have a great day, a great night, guys.